Okay, folks, happy Tuesday evening. And we're going to finish up the basing on these vehicles, and then we'll switch back to the Panther we're working on. The mess that is the Panther that we were working on. Okay, so we need to get the two colors. We've already got the chocolate brown base on this. We're going to add, should be right here, US Field Drab and Iraqi sand. I don't know what the hell's going on with the fan, but it's pretty high, but it's not blowing really well. I wonder if this thing got switched to winter or whatever. Oh, it's on summer. It's making a whole lot of noise and not blowing a lot. I don't expect any problems at home. All right. We're just going to do a quick dry brush of these colors, and while this thing is drying, we'll go back to the model. I did this in the wrong order. I must have been distracted when I do it. I usually paint all of this in this color, and then I come in and scrape the stuff off before I epoxy it. We just have to make sure that we take some of that off so that the epoxy gets a good purchase on that. It's awfully hot in this house. Okay, why do I have this little note here? That's nice. I'm probably going to get a notification to restart my computer. You know, it should just do that when I turn it off. Like, I'm busy right now. I can't do that right now. Okay, we'll rinse this out. Iraqi sand on here. now you take something that's kind of scrapey. That doesn't have to be really hard, but I don't know if this makes any difference, but it can't hurt. I've done like 100 vehicles like this. This is the only one that I did in a different order. I must have been distracted in the middle of a deep discussion or whatever. Mr. Barnes, welcome back. All right, let's get the epoxy out here, and we will mix up some stuff for these Panzer IVs to get stuck on. And then we'll let them sit for a little while. We'll go back to the Panther. I'm actually surprised by how many model kits this day and age are just really poor. And I may not be the best model builder in the world, but I'm closer to that end than I am crappy model building. So if I'm encountering issues with something being built, it's not a very good kit. I mean, this isn't my first rodeo. What's the English equivalent to that, Barnes? It's not my first fox hunt. Actually, they don't do that anymore, do they? Hunt foxes. They should hunt child molesters. That'd be a good hunt they can do world around. Hunt people that mess with children. I think everybody can get behind that unless you're one of them. Let's get the tank commander out of here before he falls and something. He needs to survive to get killed by a communist. He doesn't need to fall in a quagmire of epoxy right now. They do both here. They do rodeos? That's a very Americana thing. I've never been to one. And really probably never will. Thought they did away with the old fox hunt. Okay. We want to put plenty of this here. Well, today would have been the day that I would have left at 4 o'clock in the morning, or woken up at 4 to leave at 5 on my way to Historicon, and would have made it somewhere halfway along the way. So that didn't happen this year, and I'm actually not that upset about it. I'm not upset about it at all. I didn't have to take time off work. I didn't have to do a bunch of work in advance just to take my own deserved time off. Fox hunting and that other hunting you mentioned. Yes. We have a thing, they probably have it in the UK as well. We have some emergency signal that comes up on your phones. And there was a big to-do like 6 months ago. Somebody set it all off. Every phone in Florida went off with like an alarm. And they thought it was cute because it was at 4 a.m. instead of at 4 p.m. And they ended up firing the person that was in charge of it or whatever. But like 4 to 6 months ago, everybody was up in arms in Florida. I can't believe that they woke everybody up at 4 o'clock in the morning to give some alarm. You know, and it's just kind of one of those test systems that they do with like a missing child or something like that. And I think it's rather rude to disturb everybody to look for one missing child if they don't allow you to take part in the manhunt. Like, all right, let's go get him. Let's go hang somebody who's abducting children. Oh no, we don't want you. You can't do that. You just have to sit on your hands. Well, then don't wake me up. I mean, that's really rude. We had a incident that happened here several years ago that involved somebody that I don't remember exactly what happened. They escaped from jail or something like that, and they went after and sequestered a little girl and buried her alive, and it really affected me. It really, like, I don't even want to talk about it. I get very, and it wasn't even somebody I know, but you know, I have a daughter, and they wouldn't have found that guy. Let's put it that way. That doesn't make it any better, but I'm just saying that. Okay. These guys are going to sit off to the side. And we got a little bit of black paint here that's got to be eliminated. Man, he's leaves all these little bits of plastic everywhere. All right. I did dry brush on this. It's probably dry. Let's see if this is okay or it's not sliding around too much. All right, we're not going to retire this one just yet. All right, back to the Panther D, which is a mess. Like I said, if I have issues putting these together, they're not very good kits. I'm way over 14 years old. But I did find a new friend. My new friend is Brass Rod. This actually works better than if I had those pipe cleaners. You know, because I can put tension on them, and they're thin to fit in between them. So, you know what? I'm gonna leave them like that. I went ahead and tensioned this down, and then added some extra weld cement. So this should be welded on here pretty well. And all I'm gonna have to do is just unbind these and pull these out. That whole pack of these things. And it's funny because this is something I actually had gotten for using for spears, and ended up not liking it for spears. Oh well. You were my new friend. If you're going to be a problem, then I will unfriend you. There we go. All right, let's do this. You have 3 daughters and 5 granddaughters. There you go. Yeah. And you can do a manhunt with pitchforks or whatever the hell your government left you guys with. Anyways, that's, you know, wake people up to do nothing. Let's pull this off. Come on. Don't be a Nazi. Stupid Nazi tank. It's funny though, this thing is just like the Panther, over-engineered. And the tracks, I'll tell you this, the tracks are kind of innovative. The tracks aren't the problem. The problem is how they attach. I much prefer a separate link track. But I'm surprised these guys were actually able to... Oh, I said that and it popped open. Well, it's in a place where it's reachable. Anyways, I wanted to see what that looks like. And these are reusable. I had a pack of like 50 of those things, so. All right, well, when we're done with the next step, we'll tie that down. We're gonna just need to access that area. So the other morning, I actually did the unbelievable thing and actually worked on some of this while it wasn't being filmed. But we got all the periscopes in this section done. We got to do the tools on the other side. And this is supposed to be a snap together kit. Yeah, okay. Sure, if you want to believe that. I've seen a lot of things that I find odd when involving children that I didn't have to take a class for. You know, I have a person I saw that was across the street, and they're a single parent. I think the wife died abruptly. I mean, they're not very old or anything. He's probably younger than I am. But anyway, he's just a single parent of a little girl that's probably, I'm going to say 3. And I saw him the other day, and I see this all the time. You have an adult with a small child that's under 5 years old, and they're walking down the street, and you're not holding them by the hand. They're not walking in front of you. They're walking behind you. Like, who does that? Like on a street. Like, even if they're like 6 feet behind you, you can't watch them. It's just natural to have them walk in front of you. Where you can, I don't know. I mean, nobody had to tell me to do that. You know, I don't live in a dangerous place, you know, but yeah, nobody has to tell you that. You got to be on the lookout for your kids, especially little girls. That's your job, man. Man up. I saw it the other day. I saw some lady was getting gas, which is fine. You know, I'm definitely a fan of enabling people. But the dude just sitting in his car surfing on his phone while the girl's getting gas. I'm like, what are you doing, man? Be outside the car, have a conversation with him, be on watch, not just be sitting around like, well, it just I would just never do that. It just would never, it wouldn't occur to me to do something like that. Okay, there's some strange cats at gas stations too. Okay, there's a shovel. Holy mother. Yep. Yep, that's what you should do. And nobody should tell you, you know, you have to do that. It's like, it should be a natural reaction, you know? I mean, what else are you going to be doing? Surfing on your phone? C49. That's what your parents would have done to you, you know? Nobody has to tell you that. You don't learn that in a class. Okay. And C42 is the other one. Whee! Okay, let's move this guy off to the side and trim these pieces. All right. Yeah, so today would have been the place where we would have stopped somewhere along the way and done something. I always wanted to go see the tanks at Aberdeen, never got a chance to. And now they moved them. And the place where they've moved them to is not open to the public. And that's probably a good thing because they don't really want me to show up and tell them that they got the wrong tow hooks on there. But it's at a museum. There's lots of wrong stuff at the museum. Remember all those Matildas that they had in museums and you find out that they had the wrong paint color for the counter scheme? Whoops. Have you ever played Battleground? Is that the one by Easy 8 Enterprises? If it is, I have. It's okay. It's condensed too much. And it's one of those games, if it's the one by Easy 8 Enterprise, it's one of my friend's favorite games. I don't game with him, but he does live in Florida. I run into him rather frequently. He's always... I had that game and it's actually sold it on eBay for I think $1.99. And nobody put a bid on it. So it's one of those big losses. But I had it for like 20 years, never did anything with it. I like the way they handled the hit location and they had the charts, but there's a lot of vehicles that are missing. And that's one of those games, I mean, assuming that we're talking about the same one, the one by Easy 8 Enterprises, the D20 system, D20 type game. World War II skirmish. I got it way back in around 2000. Maybe even in the late 90s when it first came out. Played it a couple times at the con. It was all right. Somebody sent me over a scenario book of one of their games. I want to say Panthers East or something like that. And it has all kinds of scenarios that are wrong. So, you know, when they have stuff like that, then I start to think that everything is just suspect, everything else. But this is one guy that I know, it's his favorite rule set. And what I don't like about it is that, like, the grenade range, and he plays in 28 millimeter, the grenade range is like 4 or 6 inches away you can throw a grenade. So it's like, you know, very condensed compared to the figure size. Sold my copy. You know, I stored all these for a long time and never used them. And the other day I'm like, you know what? I got hundreds of these. I need to just throw them away. 120 pack. I don't like being wasteful, but I had like 30 of them and I wasn't reusing them for anything. I need them sharp for this. Try and make heads or tails of what's flash and what isn't. I think this is not flash. this is. You know, I have favorite games, and I have games that I would never, ever, 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 and there's one more, play again. And fortunately, that's not a huge group of games. But there are some. All it takes is one playing to be like, I don't want to have anything to do with this mistake. I'd rather go to work than play this game. And chess is one of them. I'd rather go to work than play chess. Let me go grab a soda. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, I would rather go to work than play chess. Rise and Decline in the Third Reich. What a horrible game. For me. Battle Group from PSC. No, nobody here plays it in the States. I've looked at it. It's a little too zoomed out for me. You know, I mean, I started playing with Command Decision. I wouldn't play it again. It's too zoomed out. I've done that kind of operational stuff before. That's not the narrative I want to. I want it. I want described. I did sell my copy of Final Combat. I had it for many years, looked at it once, was like, whoa, this is... too much detail in areas that I wasn't interested the detail in. You know, if you got detail in areas that you don't want the detail in, well, that's cool, but at least it has it in the areas that you want it in, right? Nope, it doesn't. Okay, well, I'm out. Okay, right, so the shovel goes in first. You know, the only games of that kind that my group plays in, you insolent bastard. And the fans, I can't even feel the fan, and you're blowing my papers around. Silly Russian papers. Is either Rapid Fire or Flames of War. I'm just not willing to play either one of them again. You know, I don't. You know, if people enjoy playing a game, that's fine. I don't have to be one of them. It's not like I feel like I got to convert everybody. People have their reasons why they want to play certain games. just don't like my stuff abstracted. Wouldn't want to play anything that has less detail than ASL. Okay, the hatchet. And I don't want to play anything in a hot environment. It was game night last night. I didn't go. It's just too hot. I'm in 115 degree heat. And the last thing I want to do is go and play in something that's in the 80s. I've sweat enough already. So I like to say I don't need a game that badly. Be careful when placing small parts. Oh, it doesn't want me to put them in at 90 degrees, looks like. Okay. Okay, I probably need to leave that open. That's where the tow hook, the cable goes in. All right, this goes in. You know, this Vesda does a couple things really well. One of the things it does really well in a lot of places, instead of just having a hole where something goes, it gives you a semicircle. So one side's flat and the other one's round. So you know which way it's oriented. You know? Cool and rainy. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think I would like the... yeah, you guys get a lot of rain. We've gotten rain just about every day now. We've had all of May was basically completely dry. So they do a couple of things really well. These parts are really well detailed, but some of the instructions are not so good or flat out wrong. Okay. I'm going to figure out whether I'm going to put the cables on there or not a little later. Let's try to attach this here. Well, when you follow your own path of the directions, because the way they tell you to do it doesn't work, you know there's something isn't right. Yeah, I don't know that I can do this and get away with it because I'm going to have to seal this shortly. This is supposed to be a snap together kit. Okay, sure. You should have made the running gear all one piece. comrade. That should be able to hold it in place. Okay. Right, so we've got this portion here with the ventilators. And there is this little piece sticking out. I don't know whether this is a license plate thing or something, but it's not a piece of flash. And the shirtsen, I'm going to leave the shirtsen on both of these since they are factory new. $59 goes on this side, $60 goes on the other one. Factory new at Kursk. All right, let's trim these things out. That at least will get us close to where we need to be. Also had to get a new piece of sandpaper. I think I got my money's worth out of this one. I like the sandpaper that's on acetate. Better than actual paper. All right. The two notches are in the back, right? Like this. Okay. Can this snap in? It would be awfully nice if it could. I think that's just too big an ask. I'm going to go ahead and enlarge that though. That's weird. Let's get rid of that. Okay. This should go like this. And on the opposite side, okay. All right, wants me to do the back plate stuff right now. I guess I'll do that. What's left here? Not a whole lot, but we do have the double exhaust. Okay. And C22. Mr. Glenn, welcome. You going to Historicon? It's right around the corner from you, so to speak. That's right. You said you couldn't because you had to take too much time off work. Well, I'd film everything again if I was going, but I'm not going. Today would be the day that I would have left first thing in the morning. And I don't mind going. I just don't want to take the time off. I don't want to do all the work I have to do to be able to leave and then clean it all up. I'm exhausted just thinking about it. You ordered some paints and spare brushes on Sunday, totally forgot about the pigment powders. You're an idiot. You're not an idiot. You're distracted. That shit happens to me all the time. You're not alone. You have a wingman. Okay. This is I do a fair amount of the grocery shopping. I don't do any of the cooking, but I do a fair amount of the grocery shopping. I'm pretty good at grocery shopping, getting things that are on sale and everything. And I make a list. And if it's not on the list, it doesn't get bought. I forget about it, you know. I went to the grocery store the other day. I didn't buy bread. I bought all the stuff to make sandwiches for my lunches. No bread. I'm an idiot too. Except I'm not an idiot when I drive. I'm not distracted by stuff when I'm driving. Everybody else is an idiot during that time. Guy going 42 miles an hour in a 55 mile an hour zone on a 2-lane road. That's just disrespectful. That's just being disrespectful. I would like to go to Historicon just to look at all the vendors. Just being nosy. I don't even have to buy anything. I mean, I got enough stuff. I don't need to play any games. I just want to film all the stuff that's coming and look through the stuff. That's it. But so much of the hobby is driven by scales that I'm just not interested in. There's so much of the hobby, it's 28 millimeter now, and I'm just not going to do 28 millimeter. If you do 28 millimeter, good for you. I'm not going to do it. It just takes too long. What sucks is you forget something, there's no hobby shops around, no more to go grab it. That's right. Well, we got a Hobby Lobby. Actually, I got a couple of game stores here, but they're not. The paint area is pretty good. They got all the Viejos, including some Viejo Airs. But it's not like I'm rushed to do that kind of stuff at the last minute. Yeah, hobby stores are a thing of the past. They just no longer work here. When I was younger, anytime we traveled, I mean younger, like 15, 16, 14, 16, something like that. When I go with my folks somewhere to a new town, I get the phone book, I find out where all the hobby stores was, and I find a way that we'd have to go to those. Because we still had them back then. And mailing things what sucked. And that was snail mailing things. So you'd order something, send them a check, and who knows when the hell they would process your order. All right. The jack. Spoiled for choice, my area, there's 6 plus 2 Games Workshop. Well, you guys invented all that stuff. You know, and the problem with Florida historically was there's too many things to do, or what I've heard. The problem with Florida is that there's just too many things to do outside to distract people. But there's some things that do outside that are fun that just aren't affordable. Like, you know, a boat. That's just not affordable for most people. Or, you know, you could have it, but then you got to give up something else that you don't want to give up. And that's an expensive hobby. Okay, ready to put these in. The land of toys. It is. It is. I remember when I was a kid, I always wanted those Britons figures. And my dad's like, no, they're too expensive. And he's right. They were too expensive. I mean, I didn't come from a rich family. I mean, I wasn't poor, but you know, if you didn't have money for stuff when you were a kid, you just didn't buy it. So I never got any of those Britons figures. Which, you know, fine now, but I want to force this, but I don't want to force it, so Let me use my God-given brain. You had Tempo, the cheap alternative. They never made it to the States. I don't know what that is. And they didn't. It's not like they had Britain's figures everywhere. They only were at fine toy stores. Over the Christmas break, I went to a store in Connecticut. It was like Toy Soldier something or another. It was like in an outlet mall or something like that. And I'm like, oh, I gotta walk in there. And they had a bunch of pre-painted figures. Britain's type stuff. And they look like shit. You know, by the standards of people paint things now. And they wanted a fortune for them. Like, they're not even painted well. There's no 14-year-old putting this thing together without breaking half the things on here. Just saying. Corgi. Dinky. Dinky Toys. They had all those all-metal toys and shit. Yep. They weren't made in Britain, they were made in England. I don't know what the hell they were doing in Wales, but they weren't making freaking toy soldiers. It was in England. Okay, this actually has a little snaps section here. I don't actually mind that because that helps as a locator, assuming it's in the right place. It's starting to suspect it's not in the right place. Oh, you silly Russian bastards. It's not popping in there. So, and I gotta build another one of these. Oh, Christ. Best Christmas was me and my brother got the Marks Alamo, AWI, and ACW playsets. I find it really strange that American Civil War would be popular in England. You guys have like a rich history. Why are you messing around with American Civil War? That's boring. But I don't like the American Civil War. When you play AWI, are the Americans the bad guys? I am naturally not a fan of rebels. You know, if I'm playing something pirate related, I want to play the pirate hunters. Mark's figures were were before my time. I certainly heard of them, but they were before my time. I always wanted to get the Guns of Navarone playset. I don't know if that was made by Marks. There was a big toy store here in the United States that was called. I had a giraffe, and it wasn't Toys R Us, which also has a giraffe. I want to say it's Lionel Playworld is what it used to be called. And this place was like the Toys R Us before Toys R Us. Lionel Playworld, and they had this big Guns and of course, you know, I was at that age. I was watching Guns and Navarone. That was one of the war movies that always came on the station that we got here. Guns and Averone. It was the Guns and Averone playset. Of course, the playset didn't look anything like the actual Guns and Averone. Guns and Averone looked over an ocean. These looked over a beach. Both of the guns were at the same level. These, one was on top of the other, and were two different sizes. It's just, make-believe, nonsense. But I always wanted that. And make up our own games with the MPC, Airfix figures. I remember I always called the British the soup heads, because that's what their helmet looks like. It looks like a bowl of soup. And I don't know if the Africa Corps and the Desert Rats that I have are the original ones that I've had since like 1982. They haven't had those in a toy store since the mid 80s, so they gotta be the original ones. Those figures are still good to this day. Some questionable weapons choices on some of the figures, but sculpting wise, pretty damn solid. Okay, this little bastard. Well, why would they care about this thing and then put that there? Oh, it goes underneath? Okay. Oh, we're going to have to pull this bastard out now. Navarone was Mark's? Okay. I don't know that my dad would have bought a playset for me that was named Mark's. My dad's not a fan of Marxist thing, considering he had to leave the island where he was born and grew up in because of Marxist. I don't think he would have bought it for me. We're not fans of Marxists, let's just put it that way. Well, it looks pretty good from here. I think I said the other day, this will end up turning out okay. Even when I was fighting with this thing. I just don't know how the hell a 14-year-old would deal with this. Okay, it's not telling me to put these things on. Oh, it wants me to put these things in? We're not putting those until after we're done. We're assembling this now. Okay, those two spots go there. Those two spots go there. If I don't assemble this, is it any easier? Not really. That fits in well. My dad would have been old enough to be in the Second World War if he'd been born in a different country. And I remember, one of the things I always remember, I remember a lot of things about him. He passed away not that long ago. But one of the things that I remember the most about him, he'd always say, he never understood why the Western Allies helped the Russians. Like, they had to fight the Germans whether they wanted to or not. Never was a fan of the Soviets, for good reason. Slap it together and blow it up with a firecracker. I never got to play with those as a kid. I had, little play guns that would have the, little gunpowder, the snaps or whatever. I bet they don't make those anymore for kids. Of course, we would just go around, shooting them. And probably the only thing we would do is probably hold it too close to our ears and maybe cause damage. Now, people, if they still made those, kids would probably scrape out the gunpowder and huff it or some shit like that. Stuff that we didn't do. You're probably my age, Glenn, or close enough to it. Kids now wouldn't be allowed to have that kind of stuff. They would just try to smoke it or some shit like that. We would just blow things up and light plastic figures on fire, normal stuff like that. Not try to get high on things that aren't meant to get high on, that are fucking poison that will kill you. Okay. Yeah. Cap guns. There you go. Cap guns. I had cap guns. I had cap guns. My dad had real guns. I never wanted to mess with them. Real guns aren't any fun. I got toy guns. I want to play toy guns, Never occurred to me to screw with a real gun. You just didn't do it. I mean, when I went to college, it wasn't that long ago. I finished up high school to college, so 1990. That was a long time ago, but I remember it very well. And trucks in the parking lot with gun racks in them, and they had loaded shotguns. Nobody messed with them. What's so excited about that? Nice stereoscopic sight, though, on this Panther. Got both of the holes drilled out. Nice. Is that it? Oh, we've got these two little things here. This is 20. All right, let's go ahead and take these off, and then we can get rid of this whole big piece of sprue. We used to use the old school tire jacks as 50 cal. Oh, like when you pretending. Sure. We used to have those, I want to say the plants are called sawgrass. It's almost like this big bush that had these long bamboo-like things, and we used to beat the shit out of each other. We used those as swords and beat the crap out of each other. Let's put these things drooping down like they're heavy. Okay. All right, we got a long 75 millimeter gun. An excellent weapon that we need to drill out. It's all hidden inside. Foxglove stems of spears. Do you guys always play like the Normans were the bad guys? Were the Normans always the bad guys there? And young lads on the British Isles thing? Certainly somebody had to like the Normans. I always liked the people who had the cooler uniform or equipment or whatever. Only the super rich like the Normans. Oh, I love it. I love it. The gentry. Not even most Tories, right? The super rich. Oh, man. The island French, as I like to call them. Love it. Oh, man. You guys are great. I think I'd have fun going to Great Britain. But only dealing with old school people. That's just like here. I like the old school people here. All right, this thing is not drilled out at all. So we'll start off by hoping to find the center point so that we can drill this and get a purchase on it. Wow, this is really pretty thin. And of course, it's never perfectly centered, so we're going to have to compensate by We're spot on right now. One of my favorite British sayings, spot on and brilliant. Just a tiny little touch that makes a big difference. Okay, this goes inside of this one. This obsession that everybody has with getting these guns to rotate up and down. Who cares? Yep. Yeah, it's not worth having them shift on you. I mean, a lot of these cannon look weird if they're set at like some high angle. At the distances I'm going to be shooting, mine pretty much need to be flat. A good portion of the board is under 200 meters. Well, let's see. Let's do some math. 8 foot long. That's probably one of the longest dimensions on the board. 8 feet long is 96 inches. Times 2 is, well, it's after lunchtime. I can't do math anymore. It's just shy of 200. If there's 2 meters, if there's 2 meters in each inch in the game scale, then the longest range is going to be about 200 meters. That's pretty much point blank scenario. I hope this doesn't fit on the outside. It doesn't, but we need to sand this because this little line's going to show. So this is not unlike one of those brawls on World of Tanks, except it's got infantry in it. I don't know about you, I can't wait to see some people get run over. This is going to go in. Oh, I see. I see, says the blind man. Come on. This. Then this one. Then this one. There's hardly any of that showing. Yeah, you're going to be glued in place. Okay, this goes on the front of the Panther. Yeah, it's gonna be a little ways out. I gotta remember how to play the game and get it to run smooth. But it'll be well worth it. Well, for now, we're just building shit. For now, we're just building shit. Hopefully we can do something big for the 1-year anniversary of me working on this stuff, which is coming up pretty soon. Beginning of October. Hopefully I won't be involved in something too complicated back then. I do have some complicated stuff coming up. Maybe later on this year. We'll see how that works out. I don't want to give anything away because then I have to explain shit when it doesn't go according to plan. If I plan on something going a certain way and it doesn't, trust me, I'm the first one that gets upset about it. Oh, it says to snap this into place. Well, we're not listening to some dumbass Russian. We're going to go ahead and glue this. We're going to go ahead and glue this in as well. I don't know, it's kind of like not. That's a shame that I put it in that way. Can I turn that around? Is it too late to turn that around? Yeah, okay. Well, it is what it is. I would have liked to put it in the other way. Only because the attachment point of the sprue is at the top here, but if any of that can be seen, we're gonna touch that up. Okay. Damn near level. Okay. The cupola. Probably one of the most surprising things about this is it does not have the option for it to be open. If I have multiples of a vehicle, I'd like to at least one of them have the turret hatch open, just so you can, just for variety. I mean, at this range, you need to be buttoned up. You got infantry at 100 meters. You need to be buttoned up. The benefits from being crew exposed are really outweighed by the chances of getting sniped these kind of ranges. Yeah, 100 meters is 50 inches away. So, yeah, these tanks are probably going to be within 50 inches of infantry most of the time. All right, I want to look at a drawing because I don't trust. I want to make sure that the hatch is in the right place. Let me grab my Panther book. Panzer IV, T-34. Didn't know I had two of them. I would have sold one of them. The commies can play cornhole on your turret with grenades. There you go. I want a top view of a D. There it is. Okay. Has those two little things on opposite sides. It should go like this. That's how it should go. The cupola instructions on the Panzer IV's was wrong. I followed my own. I followed my own references. They flat out told me wrong how to assemble it. Well, that looks the part. And of course, C50 and 51, my favorite part of the Panther D, is the smoke dischargers. I think those look good on a German tank, or anybody's tank, up at the turret. I don't know how practical they are, but I'm just telling you aesthetically. And the hot rod came by. Tommy Cornhole. point, and then we need a little, these little things, these little guys, which is probably the thing that's going to make my King Tiger model really suck from Pegasus, is I don't have those little loops in the top. Let's cut these way back here so they don't bounce. A couple of news group there at Historicon, people were complaining about, the hotel's too much, the parking, whatever. Like, well, one thing's for sure, if it ever moves back to that host hotel, I'll never go there again. I don't care if they I don't care. I just think there's something wrong with that location, like bad juju. Goes right there, and there's a tiny little bit of flash on them. We can get that after it's glued in place. Losing chat, that's no good. Those damn drones taking all my bandwidth again. I looked at my upload and download numbers here, and I got some insane numbers. Of course, this is a business line. So if things aren't running smooth, I don't know if there's anything else I could do. Okay, I'm going to expand this a little bit. Ooh, that's a horrible sound. You're scraping the plaque off you at the dentist. And I don't have any dentist horror stories. I got good teeth. The rest of me is messed up. The teeth are okay on me. That's supposed to fit inside? But that doesn't fit well. Oh. Papa and Uran. Yes, it's the Normans. It's those uppity Normans. Almost ready to catch fire spontaneously. Dumb Nazi bastards. It's a good thing that they did stupid shit like that, or, you know, it would have cost more Allied lives to knock the guys out. They had cool toys, but man, they were rat bastards. Ooh, I hope I don't break this. I think that was the last piece that's on here. Okay. We gotta trim this close, then trim it closer. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, first of all, it's not that necessary to have this on here. But second of all, I'm going to go ahead and attach this, and I'll take the flash off of it when it's on it. And this is the one on this side. Okay, it's got a little crook bent in it, so it's over here. This goes over here, even though there's no hole for it. Yeah, we'll go ahead and glue it in, and will you stop blowing? Jesus Christ. So the thing about a Russian kit, when you're done building a Russian kit, you dislike the Russians more than you already did. All right, that'll be there. And then this piece goes... I think it's supposed to attach like that, which means if it does, I'm going to be up here somewhere. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and it's funny because there's not a hole here or on the other side for this to go. We're just going to set it up there. No. That's still connected. Perfect. We can join this in the middle. And dribble some there. And that little bit of flash that's there, I'll be able to take that off once it is fully attached on it. It doesn't need a whole lot of pressure on it to cut that off. Okay. That side's good. Let's go to the other side. I'm not even going to attempt to take the flash off here. This has a little bend up there as well. And this one just has one spot right there. Okay. And this is just going to attach up here. I'll run through this. Also through that. Yep. Yeah, I think if you run it through the tracks there, that helps keep it in place. And then, yep, up there. I think that's it. It's got the antennas here. It's going to be drilled out. And the Panzer IV should be so there's a little bit of flash here and here, here and here. I can take I'll even grab a new blade and just barely run it across it and should be able to take that stuff off in no time. Let's let this dry for a little bit. Pretty good other than actually the tracks were okay. It was just how they attached with the running gear and stuff. It actually was okay. It's got nice detail. These tracks are really, really nice. You know, I got another one of these to do. But we got to do the unboxing. We did not do a proper unboxing video, but now we'll have a finished model to do. We'll put that video out. I should be alone in about, see, what is it, Tuesday? So Friday night I should have about a week to myself. So you'll be seeing a lot more of me. Because unfortunately, doing this hobby, time flies by like this. But it's nice because you actually have something to show for it. Instead of just doing something else. Now, one thing that's nice about this is there's actually a little bit of a gap between the turret and the hull, which means when you rotate this thing around, I'm not going to be scraping up the paint to this. Hey Nordic, just in time for the Panther D to catch fire. Yeah. Next thing I should do like a Revell of Germany Russian vehicle. Actually, they make those, but those are supposed to be really good. They make a T-34-85 that's really good, but I got more T-35s than I know what to deal with. So, okay, so that is done there. I need to compare. It looks really the dirt looks really, really gray-like. Well, it's probably better than the news you just received. What news did you just receive? That you can't go to Historicon, but you weren't going anyways. Let's grab something that's got some meat around it. No, that's the right color. We just got to put some greenery on it. So let's go ahead and do that, and that way these Panzer IVs will be done. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and paint the edges now. Well, you can't get bad news and laugh about it. Your grandmother passed away 3 days ago, and my aunt found out from the funeral director instead of her brothers, who told no one. That's weird. Well, I mean, if you have a big family, I don't have a big family. And as a matter of fact, I had grandmothers that when they were alive, they lived with us. It's kind of hard to hide that your grandmother's not around anymore if she lives with you. But if you have a big family, the more people you have in your family, the more odds are you have somebody in your family you don't care for. And I'm not saying you didn't care for your grandmothers, but whoever's in their care may have a conflict with them and they didn't want to let you know. We're just going to run this. Let's do this now. Looks more like a finished playing piece. I never got to meet any grandfathers. They never made it out of Cuba. They died in the late 50s. Of course, they never saw their island go communist either, so maybe that's a good thing. I don't think they made it to 60 years old. Now that I think about it. It's different times. People died a lot younger. Well, we have a sort of big family, but no one talks to anybody for a number of years. Oh, man. Well. So she passed away, and you just find out, and they buried her and everything. That's weird. Well, sounds like some members in your extended family need a whooping. You live with family, don't you? Nordic? I think you said you live with some family members. And I was thinking, man, something is missing out of these tanks. And I realized, oh man, I got some of those crooked spider flags to put on, not both of them, but on one of them. But I don't put them on there permanently because if I got to take pictures of them, I don't want to get into problems with the automatic censoring stuff. But it adds a splash of color to it. All right. I had one of my grandmothers that lived with us, my dad's mom. She was born in 1899. And she passed away like 91 or 92, something like that. She'd always have cookies in her room. Whether it was Chips Ahoy or something like that. So you'd go in there and ask her for some cookies. Because you're a kid, That's why I learned to love pecan sandies. Oh man, I love those things. Of course, the last time I had them, they weren't as good as I remembered them, but sometimes things are a lot better as a kid. Where's that sheet of crooked spiders? Oh, then they disappeared again. Is them. It's a pretty major pickup. I did, however, find something that I was looking for many, many years. And this was way back when, in the early 2000s, when I ordered all my paints from Brookhurst, my Vallejo paints. I printed out their catalog, Brookhurst Hobbies, 2003. And in this weird print screen type of way, here's all of the colors, and I put a little swatch of color next to it. And I lost this. And there's some colors. I now use an app called Paint Rack, I think is what it is. $4 or something like that. And I have all my stuff in there. But there's several Vallejo colors that either aren't in Paint Rack or I can't read what the number is. Or they won't scan to put in there. So I'm going to have to try to find out what they are and be able to... I printed the internet. Yes, all of it. This is all that was around when they're early. So I can now hopefully figure out what color these are. But I tried entering the codes and they wouldn't work in Paint Rack. They probably got superseded by, so that's why these colors aren't in my normal thing. So, anyways, we may be redoing all of this. I've already redone one wall. I got rid of those silly awards for that game that I don't play anymore. I didn't throw them away. They're in hiding. So we already changed that. I was gonna put this up. You might get a kick out of this. It's too difficult to reach. Never mind. We'll just save it for the next time I redo this room, which may be sooner rather than later. And I'm not going to go into why, because then when things don't happen, I'll have to explain myself. And then I have to relive it another time, and I hate changes. I hate changes like that, so. But when I redo my work area, we're gonna be, it'll be better for you guys. It'll definitely be, I mean, a big part of what I do is this online stuff. So I'd like to have 2 areas like this and another camera. And one small step at a time. We'll get there. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the grass. And this brush will do fine. Good old Elmer's. I should never run out of this stuff again. This big old amount that I bought. Well, this doesn't look the right color. Maybe I gotta mix this stuff. I didn't think you had to mix Elmer's. What do I know? Not watery enough to mix it. Maybe this stuff is just, it looks solid. Maybe it's just looks different because it's extra strong formula. All right, we don't need a whole lot of that. Let's get my tool, which fell back in here. Behave yourself. Nope, we're gonna go wild, and then you're gonna miss out on it because you weren't here. Let's put that off to the side. The risk of hurting my neck. Let's jack this up. I need some height advantage over this. And with the help of Mr. Tweezers, I've had this static grass for going on 20 years. I bought a multi-pack of this stuff, and the only one I've ever used is this color from Scenic Express. And I probably have enough for another maybe 10 years. And then we'll put tufts on top of that, obviously. See, I don't like to bring up things that, hey, this is probably going to happen, and then when it doesn't happen, which if I tell you something's going to happen and it didn't happen, I'm the first one to be upset about it because I don't like changes like that. I don't like stuff that I have to plan for and then there's changes. I mean, there's going to be changes, that's fine. I'm not going to plan for it. So, you got change of plans, you plan for it, and you have to update everybody. Okay. This can go back to its regularly scheduled location. Okay, and then we can go to Tough Mania. We need a whole lot of this stuff. That should probably suffice for both vehicles. I gotta remember what the other one was. I want to say I was using this Rolling Shrubs. Let me take a look at it. I want it to be some kind of consistency. I believe it was that. That's exactly what it was. Okay, perfect. And then the next thing we'll work on is that SU-152. really want to do the desert basing, but that's opening up a whole can, because I don't have anything else, so we'd have to start from scratch again. All right. I'll put a big old bushka right here. And then this one, we'll plant this one on the front. And on the back of this one, we're going to put another one of these. And a small one of these. I'm not even going to try to cut some of this up and put it on the side. There just isn't enough of an area there. Okay, and that one we'll just leave them with one. And we'll put one of these green ones at the front. So, I actually had plenty. I'm not going to try to cut the stuff up. It just isn't enough of an area around it. Yeah, so this is, these are the finished tanks. Of course, we've been passing this guy around like he's some cheap whore from tank to tank. I didn't paint a specific figure for these guys yet. This is just a Panzer Commander I already have from Plastic Soldier Company. I wonder where this crooked spider things went. I printed a whole bunch of them. I guess I could print more. But they're here somewhere. I came across them and it was like, oh, here they are. I've been looking at them. I've been looking for them for days. Found them. Okay. Yeah. Got a whole page of them here. And yeah, they'll add a little splash of color. Okay, so let's get these Panzer 4Ds done. I'm about ready to do a progress video on all my Panzer Gray vehicles. I've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 31 with these. Nope, I can't add. 30. I got 30 Panzer Gray vehicles so far. And I don't have that many more to do that I have models for. It'd be nice to have some motorcycles, some Kugelwagens. And other than that, we're pretty much set with the Panzer Gray vehicles. The dark yellow ones, I have significantly less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I have 16 of them. And Soviets, how many Soviets we got? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. left, Soviets. Okay, so this guy is pretty much done. It should be cured enough to do what I was talking about, which is just to take the little bit of flash off here. I'm not going to throw that one away. I am going to get a fresh one for this and see if I can pull this off. I don't know that the tip got worn out at all. So this might just be an exercise in futility. But this is attached here, so I just want to take well, that worked. Uh-oh. Right back. PSC has a box of 172nd German stowage. Yeah, I don't need any tank commanders. I got plenty of them. I did want the stowage. I wanted this. I wanted the extra Czech 38 wheels that came in it when I was building my Czech 38s. And then I realized they want like $30 for that set. And I'm like, I can deal without them. And that's basically what I did. I would have liked to have the extra stuff on there. Not necessarily a tank commanders, because I got so many extra tank commanders from all the Plastic Soldier Company stuff. I mean, if I buy a set of Plastic Soldier Company things and it comes with 3 tanks, I'm only going to put a commander in one of them, you know, just from variety. So I've got extra ones. I happen to like their commander figures. It's the other stowage stuff I wanted, but I didn't want to pay that kind of money. It just didn't make any sense. It was not a good value. So, and you have to pay for shipping of it on top of it. So that might have been something that, had I gone to Historicon and somebody had it there. There's one vendor that does have Plastic Soldier Company stuff, or has had it in the past. Wouldn't that be the one time they wouldn't show up? But I'm not going anyways. I don't need it. So I just kind of made that decision. Like, that's just not a good value for me. But I did want those I wanted the Czech 38 wheels to put them as extra spares on the back of the Czech 38s. Give them some extra detail there, but I looked at that. It just didn't make any sense. I can either have the stowage or 3 other tanks. I'm like, this is not a good value. That's just shouldn't cost what that is. And I thought about it a long time, and I was like, nah. Okay, I think we were successful with that. And I really do like Plastic Soldier Company stuff, but that was just a wrong price point on that. I'm out of Panzer IV detail stuff. I got lots of stuff for Panzer IIIs, but none for Panzer IVs, so. There we go. That worked. You don't have to put a lot of pressure on it. This stuff is really sharp, so. $15 mil, 5 sprues, better value. Yeah. You know, some things are weird, like on their Panthers you only get 2 vehicles. But on their Churchills, you only get 2 vehicles. But what else? They make something else that's really big, but you get 3. You still get 3. I forget what it is. Yeah, it doesn't matter. As a general rule, they're pretty good, value for their vehicles. It's just I didn't want all the spare parts. Just didn't seem the spare parts should have been like $10. Then I've been like, okay, but not like $30. I'm like, no, nah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, 15 mil. 15 mil wasn't a thing when I started doing World War II stuff. And I'm certainly not going to go to it now. I've doubled down on this. You wouldn't be able to tell, but it's all about the infantry. You wouldn't be able to tell because I'm doing tanks, but it's all about the infantry. The infantry in 20 mil is much better than the 15 millimeter one. They got a lot more personality. And they just weren't available back then. Back in the early 90s, they didn't do hardly any World War II 15 millimeters, so that wasn't really an option. Gas trucks, you get 10. Yeah, I got 6 of them in my set. That was plenty. Okay, so this thing's good to go. Other than drilling out the antenna, which, hell, we probably ought to just do that now. That one's way too big. That looks broken, honestly. Hey Kevin, what scale is GHQ 1/285th? And they've gotten really expensive. I actually like that scale a lot. I just don't like the infantry in it. It's just not worth. That's the scale I used to do when I was doing when I was doing command decision. I was doing 1/285. It's okay if this gets distortioned a little bit. As a matter of fact, let's cut that down. There we go. And then just be able to get a better purchase on that. There won't be anything left of that anyways when you put an antenna in there. Because adding the antenna sticking up does add a third dimension. I don't know why they picked 1/285. It just seems strange. Especially when they were already making 1/300th. It's just like, let's just be different. Like 1/2400 makes sense. It's a it's a rounded number, but 1/285th, that's just somebody being difficult. It's trying to get artsy points. At least it's not like 1/283rd, you know? I don't know why the decision was made. Oh, this is the one that we say is broken. Well, we're gonna assume it's broken. How about this one? That one looks okay. I don't know why they opted for that weird size. Same reason. Why does somebody let's make miniatures in 12.5mm. Let's invent a new scale. So people will have to buy all their stuff for this game from us. Or they can just tell you to go fly a kite. I'm not getting a new scale. Okay, Panther D. Alright, we're going to trade places with this one. Let's see, do I feel like building or painting? I kind of feel like building. I feel like building. Let's put this guy away since she's done. We gotta put this somewhere safer. Guess I should finish building the check 38, but man, I don't want to fight with those instructions. I'm gonna fight with different instructions. What else did I do a preliminary unboxing video on? Well, we're doing a lot of German shit. Gonna build this classic. You gotta build something that's just not all panzers, and more Nazi shit. You gotta build some commie crap too. And I don't feel like painting the SU-152 right now. .5mm not completing the ranges. Yeah, like Zyston. Remember Zyston made those Romans? Biggest Romans ever in 15 millimeter, 18 millimeter, depending on how you want to look at it. And they never completed the ranges. Like they made the Triarii and the Hastati and all that kind of stuff. And they never finished the cavalry until, shit, seems like 3 years ago or something like that. Biggest Romans on the planet. Nice figures. I'm a Zeiston fan. It took them forever to complete them. I mean, it's not like Romans aren't going to sell. They didn't complete them. Okay. Eschi. Eschi is what we used to call them. They might actually be ESCI. I don't know what the hell it stands for. Probably some long-winded Italian thing. No, Italians do a lot of things right. Food, modern firearms. Yes, I said modern. I don't mean back in World War II. Their firearms in World War II had issues. But their model kits, these things aren't the best. The 3/4 ton truck I have by them, I basically can't follow the instructions. I'm sure I'll probably be able to get it to work. But you can't build it the way the instructions are. It just won't work. I gave up on that. I think in November or December or something like that I was building it. Let's drop this before we end up giving ourselves a pain in the neck, literally. Okay, the white armored car with figures that I can't use for the Russians because they're not Russian. And I'm not doing free French. I don't have a problem doing French stuff. I'm just not doing French in 1944. I'll do French in 1940. This thing, if this is accurate, 6-cylinder engine with 87 horsepower. That is shitty. That is shitty. God, that's terrible. Holy crap. That's inefficient as hell. Okay. Oh, I hope the over-engineered frickin' suspension isn't like that, like the 3/4 ton truck. All right, here goes. There's the 30 cal with like no detail. There's the 50. I'll have to find out whether or not the Russians actually used a 50 caliber machine gun and a 30 caliber machine gun or put their own weapons in there. Hopefully he used them. All right. You know, the wind isn't even blowing that much. Why is everything moving like it's a hurricane? Let's drop this. See if it's not one of the settings where there's a whole lot of noise. All right. We have Land of Poorly Labeled Pieces. That is 55. Let's cut 50. Oh, no. That's way too warm. You have to understand, I'm in a way too warm environment all day long. And it's been going on for almost 30 years. So, yeah, I don't want any of that bullshit warmth when I'm home. Okay, this is piece 55. Let's go ahead and trim these pieces on here. I've been wanting to build one of these for a long time. Well, I'll have to look for pictures of it. I mean, I've got some extra DSHKs, but they're going to come out of the... They would have to come from the JS2. I just don't want to throw 50 caliber machine guns on here just because it said that they had them, when that's in fact not the case. The machine gun I always thought was ugly was a 30. I thought the air-cooled 30 is just an ugly looking weapon. In my opinion. All right, that's enough of that. 41 and 42 are these over-engineered suspension pieces. Nope, that's 45 and 46. Look at this. It's even got like the axles and shit underneath there. Like, who gives a flaming rip about that? It's like, oh, I just designed by somebody who had their own garage. 41, 42. 41 is this side. Okay, this one's on this side. And if this is the same designer as the person who made, I mean, some of this stuff is, you know, these wheels are really nice, nicely detailed. I got about a couple squads of Soviets in camouflage hoodies. You know, not painted. They'd be nice pouring out of this thing. Okay. I better test fit everything. I had a bad experience with one of these. Okay, so that's over here and that's over here. Cool. 79. Like, look at this tiny piece. Like, why even bother putting that piece in there? Got a tiny piece right here in the middle. What's the age on this? Freaking 10 years old? Ain't no 10-year-old handling that. 79. It actually looks pretty good as long as it goes together well. I said that 3/4 ton Dodge truck was horrible. I haven't given up on it, but it's going to take some TLC. That's one of those things that I picked up because they had it at a store or something like that. 79 and 83. Okay, here it is. I'm sure you realize be downgraded from 135th scale modeler to 172nd and 176th scale modeler. Well, it depends what you consider a downgrade. I think working on stuff and not playing with it and making vroom vroom noises is an upgrade. I've done 135th scale. I won't do it again. Been there, done that. 79 is the one on this side. Okay, this is the one on this side. And that stupid piece 83 is in the middle. I threw away so many kits. That were unfinished or half-ass finished in 135th scale. I just got tired of, see, when was it? When I moved, God, it was a while ago. I think when I moved from the one apartment. The downgrade I did do is I downgraded from Tamiya to Eshi. But at least I did that at a time where I can handle it. I can handle the challenges that these poorly designed models can throw at me. But the age range on these things is way off. There's no way that some of these, you know, kids can handle this stuff. You know, if the board wasn't so damn big, you could actually do skirmish gaming on 1/35. The guys who did Final Combat, I think they play in 1/54th or something like that. They play with 54, not they play with 54 millimeter figures, or maybe even bigger than that. Hey, there's lots of people on the internet that want to do 1/35th. Somebody's got to do 1/72. All right, so this piece has one of them that goes on the inside. That's why it's tapered. I don't know why they had me build that, but somebody wants to be on a power trip. The other side's pre-built. Oh, now we're stuck inside. Uh-huh. Here you are. It's always the roundy pieces that travel. I don't know if I could have handled this stuff back then. We were more patient. You could do that in 1/35, but now after I put in 1/35, I'd rather not some putts breaking them. Yeah. Well, I may just be soloing all this stuff. It doesn't bother me any. Well, you didn't grow up with it. See, I grew up with this scale, so just like I don't see the appeal of 28 millimeter figures there. I didn't grow up with it. The only thing I like about 28 millimeter figures is those Rubicon models look sweet. Other than that, I have zero love for that scale. Now, I know some people that all they do is 1/76th. So not even 72nd and 76th, but all they do is 1/76th. That's just not enough. There's just not enough stuff out there for just to do one scale. And I think 1/72nd scale vehicles look better with the 20 millimeter figures because the figures are over scale. So making the vehicle smaller is, I think, in the wrong direction. But I mix them. I mix them because I already have them. What am I going to do? Not use the stuff I have? They're wargaming pieces. You want me to glue that from the back side? God help me. All right. So that's glued together. Yeah, I actually did this scale because I have everything in this scale. Not that it was cheaper. And sometimes it's more. It's not that it's cheaper. It's like nobody wants this stuff. So you can find some good prices on it. But all my figures, I have so many figures in this scale that I want to paint. That's why I'm doing it. When I stopped modeling, 148 scale tanks didn't exist. Now Tamiya's got a bunch of them. I was never a fan of that scale. I don't know what it is about it. It's not here or there. I hope I don't encounter that whole the glue doesn't work scenario again. That was just stupid. That's the dumbest thing I've encountered of anything. The pandemic. Let's not curse like that. I like to forget that that never happened. I may need this to sit a little bit before I put this on here. You can't see what I'm doing. All right, just come off there. There we go. All right, you're there, perfect. And you are here. What I can't figure out is why this is at an angle like that when it shouldn't be. These kits are older than you, Nordic. I remember there was a panther I put together, or attempted to put together around 1984. It came in a plastic bag, and it had the 3-piece bottom hull that just would not stay together. I fought and fought and fought and fought and fought with that thing, and it just would not stay together. I think these are from the 70s. This is a white armored car for the Soviets. That's what's going to be. I know this thing was redone. Used to be Aurora kits. Well, there wasn't a single Aurora kit, I think, by the time I was. Does it have a date on here? I bet it doesn't. I bet it doesn't. No. Some of these are like from like 1977 or some shit like that. Let's try this again. And if this doesn't work again, then we will wait till it's completely dry and then finagle with it. I'd use super glue for this stuff, but it's not forgiving at all. And if I need to adjust it, you might as well just forget it. Okay, now they turn this thing, this drawing, this way and didn't tell anybody. 52, I ought to just leave that piece off. Nobody's gonna see it. All right, where's 52 at? 52. It's a nice piece. It's got freaking details and stuff on the bolts and things like that. Okay, 52. We have 75. Ooh, nice fuel cans. You know, some of this stuff actually has really nice detail. Here and here. Okay. And 51, which is a teensy tiny little piece. Well, it looks like it on the drawing. It's actually not that small. Okay. '83. I remember '83 pretty well. Unfortunately, that was middle school years. I fucking hated that shit. Let me not mince any words. Middle school sucked. Elementary school was fine. High school was a piece of cake. Middle school was like going to prison. That's when I first started realizing that some teachers just suck. Some teachers are just not good teachers. Middle school was like the land of getting assignments just because. Okay. This fits there, between there and there. Got it. I see those two pieces. One is there, the other one is right here. Okay, good. This little noggin fits behind it. Okay, and this other little piece, I don't know what the hell it connects to. One side looks like it fits into there. Okay. And the other side, I'm guessing probably there. Let's see where it sits in there. Kind of unnecessary. You're never going to see any of this stuff. Center axle, something like that. All right. We got 45 and 46. Once we get through this under suspension, everything else is cool. And the only reason why this is a problem is because on that 3/4 ton Dodge truck, it didn't fit. I just moved on to something else. I kept the kit. I'm sure I'll probably be able to. I built a lot of stuff on that RSO out of nothing, so I'm sure I can handle that. 47 is this piece right here. This goes back here. 48 goes towards the front, which is this one here. Yeah, this one has a tendency to probably break. So let's snip this here and then go way far away from this axle. That's the one that goes in the front. And then we have 53 and 54. They're very different from each other. 53 is huge, and 54 is not so big. So 53 is here, and then 54 is small. Okay, and that's all the pieces for the next step. Anybody else in your family was in the military, Kevin, or you was the first one to jump in on that? I don't have anybody in my family that was in the military. You're the first one? Probably shouldn't even trim this. Like I said, it's underneath. You can't even see it. Okay, that's that axle. Goes with this little piece. Followed him, but destroyed my knees so bad after 9/11 I couldn't pass the physical. I forget when I tried to join. I want to say it was 92. And it didn't work out. I went to MEPS, I don't know, 4 or 5 times or whatever. First one was for my hearing, and I had to get a waiver for that. I guess I went 3 times. And once for my hearing, oh, you can't go. You got to get a waiver for your hearing. So I got a waiver for my hearing. Okay, cool. Your ship out day is on such and such a day. Okay, cool. And then when I go to ship out, they're like, "Oh, well, you've got this skin disorder that we don't want you in the military." And I'm like, I was upset. I was really upset because I didn't know what I was going to do. It ended up working out okay. I don't think the military and I would have worked out. People in the military have to put up with a lot of bullshit, so it's really a thankless job. So in retrospect, it probably was okay, but at the time, I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. But I met a lot of cool people just in all my trips to MEPS. I hadn't even served yet and ran into folks that I had a lot in common with. I had commissions thrown my way left and right. I would have been an officer, which sucks. I really did want to go to the military at the age. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I would not have gone in as an officer. I don't understand. I would not have gone to school and then deal with the military. I would have dealt with the military in lieu of school. And that's just me. I got really tired of college classes that was just like more high school crap. I was fine with college classes that were specific, but just like more fucking English, more freaking algebra. Oh, I've had enough of this. College should just be like, okay, you're done with that. You're done with all the basic crap. Let's move on to like core stuff. But not more of the same thing. Nonsense. I just don't deal well with busy work. I don't deal well with it at all. I don't mind doing stuff if it has a purpose. If it's just to keep me busy and tired, I have a rebellious spirit that I'm like, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. Even to this day. If I know something is being asked for me to do and it's just to do it, I don't want to do it. There's too many useful things you could be doing and just be creating busy work and bullshit. And I don't know, part of it is my nature, part of it is when I was growing up, one of my favorite punishments that my parents used to give me is writing sentences, which is, the perfect example of bullshit and things that are worthless. You're wearing out your handwriting for no reason whatsoever. All right, we're going to put that in there. Cleaning the head with it. Well, I didn't have to do any of that stuff. Oh, there's worse things than cleaning the head with a tooth. You're at least freaking cleaning something. I'm just talking about, the stuff that's like, dig a hole. All right, I'm done. Now what? Fill it up. Okay. And now what? Dig a hole. Where? Same place you dug? No. No. I need the names of people that we need to eliminate or something like, worthwhile. Not just, not kind of the stuff that the people go through in the military that just makes you like wish like, war isn't so bad. At least it's not peacetime where there's making me do a bunch of bullshit for no reason. I don't know if part of it is just part of that, like, you won't hate going to war so much because at least it's not boot camp, I think I need to, let's see, how am I gonna put this together intelligently? Does it fit? Yeah, let's go ahead and put it in this way. I don't think this is going to be the way in, but this is going to be one of those I'm going to have to set the axle in later. I need this to be nice and firm before we put it in there. Go ahead, have a field day with that. I'm stealing your thunder by saying that. Thunder stolen. Yeah, I don't think I would have done well with, bury this Jeep. Why? Because we got to spend all the money. Just crap like that just rubs me the wrong way. Yeah, we can get in there later. All right, I'm going to set this on here so we exert some pressure on it. And then these three pieces will get installed at a later date. Or, when this firms up a little bit. You're a combat engineer. We had backhoe to dig hole. Yeah, but if you keep digging it in the same place, I I just don't do well with, it'd be like, if you have to, if you're a supervisor, right? If you're a supervisor and you have to enforce some rule that you don't believe in, it's difficult. It's difficult to, to act like you give a shit when it's something that's just BS. That's a little too fakey for me. Okay, these are the front tires. Man, this takes forever. And I don't, it's not a complaint, but it's like, man, you're like, okay, I'm going to get this done and this done. No, you're not. You ain't going to do shit. This is going to take 3 days to work on. It's fine. I don't have a time frame that this has to be done by, but it's just like, it's really quite humbling when you see how much time some of this stuff takes. Yeah, I'd use super glue, but the problem is you can't adjust it. See, this is a vehicle, it's got to be on a base. And you let these boneheads touch this shit and break it, then I got to break their nose. Well, you won't have any friends that way. Yeah, I also won't have any vehicles that are broken. Let's get the tweezer out. Yeah, this is definitely the glue to use for this stuff because you're always having to readjust it. The problem that happened on the Russian thing is some of the pins were so thin that they'd break on you. They'd be melted. Okay, and this is the tricky part. This somehow needs to, I may actually super glue this on this other piece. This needs to be here. So let's try this. We're going to put this way, and then we're going to have gravity help us, not hurt us. Let's go ahead and put some of this down. This is being held in place by the weight of the vehicle, and this is being held in place by the gravity. Okay, excellent. I'm probably going to roll in that 3/4 ton truck soon. I'm like, okay, We got some skills we can knock this thing out of the park with. All right, we got these two little round pieces, and we'll worry about the suspension shit when this thing's solid, we can flip it upside down. And what's the worst thing that happen? Forget to put it on there? Who gives a shit? You can't even see it. 50's on this side, 49's on the other. So 49 goes over yonder, but we have it flipped upside down, so 49's really over here, although I don't think that would make a difference. These pieces are identical, but this one goes over here on this side. And then the two wheel 44s go there. All right. Let's trim these pieces off. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to glue them to here, but I'm not going to attach it to this until that's plenty hard. Yep, have a field day. Not just hard, plenty hard. Okay, that one goes on that side. Okay, that goes on that side. Freeway traffic. There's freeway traffic over in Mormon country? What time is it? I guess it's 7 where you're at. Okay, we're gonna have these towards the inside. Oh, that's interesting. I wouldn't have thought it was like that. Cool. Now, we're not putting any of those little details in there because they involve flipping this thing upside down. And we're not ready to do that. This thing fit in here okay? Yeah. Oh, Snapdragon. I said Mormon. Normans? No, Normans have never been over in Utah. Utah hadn't been invented yet. Feels like a quarter of all Californians moved here in the last couple of years. Well, hopefully they'll remember to not vote, or they're going to turn Utah into California. Which is the problem that I have with people coming to Florida. Is you voted for a shithole situation, and then you come over here to fuck with our freedoms. I got a friend of mine who's an acquaintance. He's always saying they want to leave Florida. Leave. We already got too many people here. You're descended from the Normans. You must be the rich. You missed part of the thing earlier. Only the ultra rich like the Normans. I always liked the people that had the cooler uniforms. Or equipment. I thought the Normans looked pretty cool. Might have been rat bastards, but everybody's rat bastard to somebody. Hey, it was the Anglo-Saxons that had slaves. You could say the serfs and the feudal system were slaves too. I think we can get away with putting it like that. You must be super rich then, Skylab. There you go, Barnes. Get him. Get him. I love it. I love all the sparring that the Britons do amongst all their little denominations. I love it. I think it's hilarious. We do the same thing, but we make fun of people from other states. It's actually okay. Other than this is over-engineered, this actually has some really nice detail. It really, really does. It really, really does. Yeah, we'll have to put these suspension pieces afterwards. We just don't want to screw with that. Now, every one of these seats that comes in here has a divot where some guy that had a freaking spike in his ass sat down. Moral of the story, if you have a spike in your ass, don't sit down. You're going to ruin the upholstery. 81 and 80. Oh, hold on, I'll be right back. Cute little thing. All right, back with the ultra rich. I love it. Oh, super rich, not ultra rich. Yeah. I wonder if there's a correlation. People that freaking love the Vikings and love pirates. Like, I've never liked pirates, and I've never really cared for Vikings. I just think the people that rape and pillage are just not the good guys. But I guess nobody's the good guys, but the better guys, let's put it that way. Hey, the Vikings raided my people's land too. They probably raided everybody's lands, including each other. What am I building? The white M3 Scout car. I've been wanting one of these for a long time. So, obviously it's not for the French. I don't have a problem doing French stuff, but it would be 1940 French, not 1944 French when they're just dressed up in an American getup. Not very exciting. I'm going to take a pencil here, and I'm going to circle a couple of things that I've skipped, so I don't forget to go back and do those. Where's my mechanized pencil? Well, this isn't the one I wanted, but this one will work. We have skipped over these suspension parts here. We have skipped over whatever this piece 30 is, and these two little pieces that go to the front. I want these things to settle a little bit more in place before I go and add extra pressure on it and break it. That's the experience of being an adult has taught me. I've been there, done that. All right, now we have a chassis. The letter R, no doubt. Cool. Reenactment World War II group in the 90s had... Oh, cool. That's awesome. I'm pretty sure the U.S. did use these things as well, but I'm guessing probably only in North Africa. Because the flavor of what the U.S. had really changed after North Africa. You know, they stopped using Lees. You know, they probably had them in the Pacific. If there were any U.S. troops in India, and I'm sure there was some. You know, they stopped using those half tracks with a 75 millimeter gun, the first gun mortar carriage. Vikings and or Germans conquered everything, even Japan. Okay, here is the main big chassis here. We're going to need piece 11, which is right here next to it. Okay. And 5, which is a rod of unusual size. Some of this plastic can be really brittle because it's older than Nordic. We had the MG hooked up to propane to give us simulated rapid fire. Cool. Was it, what was it painted as? I mean, what nationality? This one looks like it's got little packs and stuff on there. This thing should look pretty good. They obtained a Stewart. Oh, those are cute. Although I prefer the honeys are my favorite, but the M5 looks pretty good. I opted not to get an M. They had those at Noble Knight. I decided not to use my credit on M5s. I just kind of stuck to British and Germans and Russians. Get more bang for. But I do like M5s. I tend to like tanks, especially if they're cute. Have you ever noticed no one ever admits to having Welsh ancestry? I don't know. I don't have a problem with anything. I know only one person who's Welsh. And he's a very nice fellow. The British did use the M5. They used it in Italy. They may have used it in Northwest Europe as well, but they definitely used it in Italy. It's a good vehicle, especially when it showed up in North Africa. I mean, it's a light tank. Okay, well, it's got a gun almost as good as a 2-pounder. I mean, a 37 millimeter, you can mess up some Panzers in that with that. Even Panzer IIIs. Had a canister round. Well, you say whatever you want about the Welsh, but they have one of the best flags. Ain't no denying that. The problem the Welsh have is they have this allergy of consonants. Of vowels. Okay, this guy sits here. Interesting. Let's go ahead and put it in. I'm pretty sure I don't have any Welsh ancestry, but, we're all related in some way or another. I may have Welsh ancestry, but it's a lot farther in the past than maybe some other things. But they have a cool-ass flag, man. So I asked this the other day. What happens if Scotland succeeds? Does the United Kingdom flag look like shit again? Because you need that blue, man. You guys need the blue. I'm a fan of the Union Jack. I think the Union Jack is a badass looking flag. Ooh. This looks like it goes here. Okay, the knickknacks go forward. Got it. Okay, cool. Let's put that in next. Almost finished Enemy of God last night. I have about 60 pages to go, and I'll definitely finish reading it tonight. That's what he said. Let's just put it in. That's right. Where are you going to put that piece? Bend over and I'll show you. And this one guy's favorite saying that I used to play with. You're going to get a kick out of this. Is if something go wrong, he'd go, "Oh man, fuck me," and he'd say, "Pull your pants down." Oh man, you stupid Italians. Yes, I'm blaming the whole country for the failures of this model company. There we go. Yimel Hid. Bless you. Okay. See, A and B. Oh, now we got parts that are named after letters of the alphabet. Oh, I think I got some Soviet drivers and shit like that. That'd be pretty cool. A and B. Well, do we see any letters? Nope. Also nope. And this is the only two sprues. Here's the ones and the twos. So where's A and B? All right, let's look again. No. This is what looks like the backs of them. Oh, here it is. A becomes 6 and 3 together. You sneaky joker. Okay. 6 and 3. Okay, 6 is here. 3 is here. Okay, so this is 3. All right, and 6 is this piece here and here. Paying up Lend-Lease. Yep. Oh, it actually comes with decent decals. It actually comes with really good decals. Has multiple curses on the bottom. It actually comes out okay on video. Actually really good. And the funny thing is look at that Semeteb Potokibmin, that number 8. It's different on both sides, like it was handwritten. Pretty cool. All right. This gets attached to the back. Okay. There's a lot of pieces on here. You got to work against gravity to put them together. Like this is another one. Like you need to put it like this, but where the hell are you going to stage this thing while it's drying? Well, let's see if we can sit this on top of a... Yeah, why is it sticking there though? I'd probably lay okay like that. Fun with tweezers. Ah, F it. Just sit on the ground. Sit your ass on the ground. So, you know, one thing I've never heard, I've always heard all the cracks that you guys do against the Welsh and the Irish and the Scots. I've never heard anybody crack on the people from the Isle of Wight and the Isle of Man. Why? Why is that? Nobody lives there. It's funny because those two places, you know what they're known for is freaking races. They'll do like some car race on the Isle of Man or something like that. And drive around like a maniac on a tiny little island. I guess it's not, maybe it's not that tiny, but I never hear anybody talk about that. Okay, that's A and B. All right, we got piece 22, which is the gear shift. I hope they give me a clutch pedal because there's no point in having a gear shift with no clutch pedal. That's just unrealistic. Isn't that that show I didn't like based on Cornwell stuff? What is it? Kingdom, Lost Kingdom, or The Last Kingdom, or something like that? I would have liked that if they'd have cast a different guy. I don't care for that dude. Well, that shifter's in the wrong place. Got a piece of flash in the place where it doesn't go. It's supposed to go in that hole and it's got a thing off to the side. That's just stupid. Why do they do shit like that? Did they know the sharp series of Viking the Last Kingdom? They know they did the Warlord. Post Warlord Chronicles. I'm interested in the possibility of doing some post Romano British stuff. Yeah, that's a period that doesn't interest me at all. Not my people. Not my responsibility. We're going to go ahead and take this thing. And I think this is just a miscast something or another. Yeah, if you're watching a show and the main guy is somebody you can't stand, it's just really difficult to watch it. Yeah, I don't care for him. He seemed like he was a cross between Orlando Bloom and who's the guy from Homeland? What's that guy's name? Well, I actually don't mind. What's his name? He's a Rupert guy, one of those Rupert guys. Homeland cast. What's his name? Rupert Friend. He seems like Rupert Friend and Orlando Bloom, like in one person. I actually like Rupert Friend. I think he's a good actor. But I didn't like that guy. Sorry. The Saxons that invaded my people. I've said this before. I don't understand why the Saxons are okay when they came in and took everything over, but the Normans aren't. I don't know. I think it'd be really hard to tell friend from foe when the Saxons invaded. Oh, come on. I did see all of the first season of The Last Kingdom. I did like the interaction with who is it? Is it Alfred? I thought that was pretty cool. Okay, that goes in there, and it's drawn incorrectly. It's drawn one way here and a different way over there. You gotta like second guess. You gotta second guess these directions. Okay, I don't know that it matters which one goes where. They should be the same. Let's just do a test fit first. A lot of bad casting choice. Yeah, I just couldn't get into it. I did watch the first season, and then the second one was just like, no more of this guy. I don't want to see it anymore. I disliked him more than Ragnar. I didn't like the Ragnar and the Viking choice. I didn't care about that guy either. I can't like everybody. The right or the wrong casting can make it or break it. I thought the character who played Durful Kadarm, I don't remember, who's the main character narrative story, seems to be a good cast, but the problem is the Winter King takes place over a number of years. Yeah, they made a show, Winter King. Speaking of casting, none of you guys watch this stuff, but I just found out the other day that they're making a movie because they make a movie about everything that they should or shouldn't make, because it's Hollywood, and they're making a movie on the freaking Borderlands video game, and I'm like, well, there's something that's gonna flop, and then I saw who the casting choices were today, and I'm like, way to ruin it. Apparently, it did at least have the sense to cast female characters with actual hair colors described in the books. Okay, we have a shitload of seats. Seatopia. Okay, we're gonna flip. This is gonna flip this way, so I need a pair of twos back to back. All right, pair of twos. Holy smokes, there's a lot of twos. They shouldn't make movies about video games. It just doesn't make any sense. Borderlands. And the cast is just stupid. Just stupid. Okay, pair of twos go back to back, all right? So we're going to put some glue there. Wow, these have really low backs. Okay. And then a 2 and a 1 next to each other. Well, let's put the 2 1s first. I don't know what makes them different. Well, the 1s are from the other end. Well, look exactly the same. Silly Italians. Okay. The hell they cast Kate Blanchett as Lilith. She's so, yep. Kevin Hart and Jack Black. Yeah. Well, you know, the problem with Kevin Hart, and I like Kevin Hart, okay, but Kevin Hart can only do one voice. And that voice that Kevin Hart does is, wait for it, Kevin Hart. And Roland does not sound like Kevin Hart. You would need somebody like Dennis Haysbert or something like that to play Roland, voice-wise. Honestly, it'd be okay if they made it as a movie. Just use the same animation as the video game, and then I'm all for it. But Kate Blanchett, no. This just doesn't. It's just a soup sandwich, and it's freaking Eli Roth. And the only thing I can think of, Eli Roth does all kinds of stuff. He may have done something that wasn't a piece of shit. I can't think of what the hell it is. He does all kinds of shit that is just flops. All this horror stuff that just doesn't make it. Oh, we're doing that now. They changed. I think one of the people that's playing General Knox is actually female, and General Knox is not a female character. General Knox is kind of like, let's see, what would he be the best way to describe him? He would be like Schwarzkopf-ish in a way. Yeah, it just leave the freaking video game alone, man. You know, if you're going to base something on a video game, they need to look like the characters or act like the characters. You start changing things, you might as well just call it something else. There's plenty of female characters in the video game. You know, you just play a different one. It's a bad idea no matter who they cast in what role. Now, I like Kevin Hart, but Kevin Hart is Kevin Hart. You know, there's nobody that... Hollyweird. Okay, there's all the seats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 folks. Well, there's a seat for 8 folks. I'm sure you could cram a lot more people on there. Okay, the front is 24. That's this one right here. $28 is this guy over here. $27 is the backside. Well, there is one nice thing about the cast of Borderlands. Seth Rogen isn't in it. That's the only way it could be worse. I'll take people. I've seen enough to last a lifetime. This guy's, look at these circular things that they cast on here. Like, that's not even part of the piece, and I gotta freaking deal with that. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's like, why? Why'd you do that? Let's just cut these big pieces off. Actually, you know who would do a really good job if you're gonna cast. And I was thinking about this the other day. If you're gonna make a Borderlands video game movie, which they shouldn't do, but if you're gonna do it, you know who would cast a great, who would do a great handsome Jack, and that is the guy that plays Homelander from The Boys. That would be a home run. That would be a home run. I mean, he even sounds similar. Okay, we got that all squared away. This piece, oh boy, actually we don't know where it goes. We better not put that one up first. Okay, 24, we gotta test fit everything. 24 goes, like this, okay, and there's a spot for it to catch, so we can safely put that there. And they got, who the hell do they have playing Tannis? Jamie Lee Curtis. What a freaking bad idea. She's older than dirt. That's got shit show written all over it. Better. That's gotta go like that. That's gotta go like that. Got it. Okay. So we're going to put this. Debating two compressed. One has some extra clean tool wire, same price. What do you think? I think you should just go to cans. Just stick with cans. One has some extra keying tools and is larger. Both of the same price. It sounds like there's no reason to go with the one that doesn't have the cleaning tools, right? Does the larger one also have the cleaning tools? Everything that I read in my little bit limited research that I did on compressors is, make sure it has a regulator. And, on the inside, okay. And, the brand of the compressor doesn't matter. A lot of them are made in the same damn factory, so you don't need to get a compressor that's a certain brand. They'll all pretty much work about the same. I bought a generic one. The larger one has cleaning tools, so why wouldn't you get the larger one? Is it like super extra generic looking? I don't know. If it were me, I'd definitely buy whichever one is available on Amazon. So if you have a problem with it, it's easy to return. Nothing like mail ordering something that is difficult to return. I actually went and did an Amazon return a couple of months ago, and my wife's like, yeah, this is expired. It's been over a month. I don't know if they'll return it. They took it back. It's not like I returned something that was, broken or something. It was just something that, we didn't need. Yeah, do you have both of them? Send me both, and I'll take a look at both of them and tell you what I think. I'm not scared of telling you what I think. You don't have to act on it, But. Oh, this thing's being a real weenus. Let's see what we got here. Come on. let's take a look at this one. Okay, this Vevor one doesn't have a tank. I wouldn't get it if it doesn't have a tank. Absolutely would not get it without a tank. Otherwise, it's running all the time, constantly. And you can get one for about that price with the tank. What's the other one look like? I wouldn't get either one of these two because it doesn't have a tank. That would be my opinion. One thing is for sure, I plan to sell the siphon-fed airbrush to Noble Knight regardless of which one. Oh, I didn't know that they took that. I wish I had more stuff to sell them, man. That left a really good taste in my mouth dealing with them. I really appreciated the way they conduct business. I really appreciate the way they conduct business. It's nice to see that there's still people out there like that. There's still hope for humanity after all. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have a tank, man. Either one of them. But if that's what you're between, if you're holding a gun to my head and I have to get one of those two, all right, let me see. Okay, this one has a siphon airbrush isn't worth a shit. See, I wouldn't care at all about those airbrushes that come with it. I would sell every single one of those to oh, I don't know. This picture that this guy has with this airbrush laying on the ground, the second one you sent me, he's either a really large person or that is a tiny airbrush. Let's see. So the thing is that I wish somebody had told me about airbrush. I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination. Let's look at this other one. I would get the Vevor probably. It looks like it's bigger. If you have to get, if that's the two I have to choose from, and I wouldn't care what airbrushes it came with. I wouldn't care. Like mine came with one. I hadn't even taken it out of the box. I would have sold it to whatchamacallit if I would have known that. Yeah, if it doesn't have a tank like this one doesn't have, it's going to be running all the time constantly, which means it's going to heat up and it's going to wear out and it's going to be, all the time. Mine has a tank and it's running maybe a quarter of the time, maybe. Yeah, I'd get the bigger one if that's what you have to do, but I wouldn't get one without a tank. That's just me. The other thing is that, and I probably should do an airbrushing video. I just, it's going to take time from doing other things. The most important thing is that, and I'm not one, you know this from me enough. I don't like throwing money at something. I don't like throwing money at something that's going to cause you more problems. So I would hate to get an airbrush that I have to fight with just to save a few bucks. And if I would have known what I know now, it's like, it's just get something that you don't have to fight with every single freaking time, because you're going to hate the airbrushing experience if you have to do it unclog, or if it's something to take. The example I use is a Ruger Mark One pistol. Ruger Mark One pistol it's been around for a long time, is very accurate for what it is. It's just a 22 caliber little pistol, but it is a fiend. It will wish you were never born if you have to take it apart. That it's just not worth dealing with, you know. And if you have a problem that every single time you're trying to do this hobby or whatever it is that you're doing, you're having to fight with the powers to be, you're not going to want to do it. And that's just the wrong. That's just the wrong thing, you know. So anything is better than that. I don't know. I've been very happy with my. So what I ended up doing is I ended up buying one of those that came with a tank. It was like $150, and it came with a tank, and it came with an airbrush. And the airbrush had pretty good reviews. I just didn't even want to. I didn't even want to mess with it. The airbrush was fine. It was a no name, ching chang chung airbrush tank, and it's been good to me. But it has a regulator on it, and it has a tank, and it works pretty well, because I heard that you could just buy like almost a generic airbrush as long as it has a tank and you're okay with it. Problem with Vallejo paints and primers, the airbrushes, you want a smaller nozzle and needle at a higher PSI to make them work good. Plus you need retarder and thinner. I don't know. You just have to experiment with stuff. You have to experiment with stuff. I've read stuff that you're not supposed to use a primer with any thinner at all. Yeah, I run about 50 psi with the primer, but I think I'm gonna use just AK black. The AK stuff is just amazing. You just don't even have to thin it. You know, the problem with thinning it is like, okay, you're not supposed to thin it in the cup, but if not, then you have to put it somewhere else, and then you waste some of it transferring it over. And it's just like, you know, you just got to experiment and see what works for you. Because like the day I learned the most about airbrushing is the day I just decided to prime like 40 things, just one thing after another, just one thing after another, and just like it's sink or swim. Either you figure it out or you give up. Okay, I think it's time to put, because that sub-assembly's done. I think it's time to put this 21. I don't know why they put this air filter but then cover it up. Like, why even put detail on this thing? Yeah, the AK stuff is amazing. It's amazing airbrush. Amazing, straight from the bottle. I don't like it better than Vallejo. I like it better than Vallejo for airbrushing. I like Vallejo better for hand painting. So the beauty is, I like them both. They each have their purpose. But with a lot of stuff that you see on the internet, you just kind of have to like make your own opinion, because there's a lot of jaded people on there. There's a lot of people that are like, oh, okay, well, I'm sponsored by so and so. They won't tell you, and they're a fanboy of something, and you speak, you know, only super highly of different things. Some people that swear by Games Workshop paint, and you know, I like some Games Workshop paint stuff, and then sometimes they have a good product and they discontinue it and they make it a different way, and you know, that's really annoying when somebody knows to do something better and they just like, oh, let me cut corners. Like, the consumer loses when you have stuff like that. I hate the consumer losing, because that seems to happen more and more each day. I don't know. I haven't tried Tamiya through the airbrush since about 1991, and I'm done with their paints. And I loved them way back in the day, but I'm not a fan of their paints now. They behave really weird when they dry. They're streaky. They're just not for me. And I loved them way back in the day. I had another friend of mine who only airbrushes enamel. Well, I'm never going to airbrush enamel. You know, I got an airbrush to not deal with toxic paints, not to, get back into them. But hey, I'm not trying to convert him. But the thing about the AK is once you get them rolling, you never have to stop and like, oh, it jammed on me. Like I've never had a problem with it, start to finish. It works just fine. So, which is the problem with the Vallejo surface primer. You get it rolling and it starts drying too fast. So maybe I'll try some retarder with it, but honestly, all I need is a freaking black base paint. I'll just use AK black. Done. And I like the idea of not having to thin the paint. That's one less step I got to do. Okay. I'm gonna punt on these two pieces because something else attaches to them, and I bet you they're incorrect where they're at. I airbrushed Tamiya paint way back in the day in my first iteration of airbrushing, and it hadn't, and really didn't have a problem with it. Although the airbrush that we used at the time was that I had access to didn't have a tank. So, yeah, I love their stuff. They have a built-in mixing bottle. That's why I use for my armor. This is what I use for my armor dark yellow. They have one problem, and really the only problem that I have with them. Well, there's two problems. They don't hand paint really well. They seem super watery. So you have to do many coats. So I don't think they're as good for hand brushing. Actually, they have three problems. When you handle them, what the paint color is gets covered over. So like I can't tell what color this is anymore. I mean, I know which one it is but the printing is kind of substandard on that. Not a big deal. And the other thing is when you mix them up, there's a high proportion of the paint that gets slogged around here at the top of the tip and gets kind of messy. But they do mix in well. They airbrush with zero thinning, and I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. And it doesn't mean I won't airbrush Vallejo. I just, if I'm going to have both, I've been really happy with them. And there's a place in Florida called Spray Gunner that carries them all, and they're less than $4 a piece, I think. So, okay. We're going to punt on those pieces until we know what piece goes in there. What time is it? It's 10:15. I don't know. Oh, there's 80 of you guys. I'm not leaving you guys hanging. You kept me here. 40 it is. Piece 40. This is why I don't get on here and do this unless I can do this for a while. So I don't want all these people to get here and then all of a sudden like, oh man, I just got here and Tony left. Well, I do eventually have to stop, unfortunately. I'd rather be doing this than what's happening tomorrow morning. But the free airbrush, or the original airbrush that I got, that was a piece of crap. The biggest problem it had was that when you took it apart, it was impossible to put that together. It just took forever. It would take you 30 freaking minutes to put it together. And already having done it. And it was just like, why am I fighting for this? Like, I have an hour to do this, and you can't get whatever you want done in a reasonable amount of time. You're being punished by putting something together. It was just poor craftsmanship, or lack thereof, really. Lack of craftsmanship. Okay, this gets glued to the side here. Let's do a test fit here first. This is going to go here. I assume that this is going to be something like that. Is there a spot to... There is not. There is not a guaranteed... It goes here because there is a little ridge or something. So we're going to glue these two together. You need a drink. I know the feeling. That's how I'm going to feel tomorrow. I need a drink. At work. Okay, and we need piece 20. Not worried about the steering wheel, that can be added afterwards. So this thing is significantly better than that 3/4 ton Dodge truck. Or a car, really I think it's considered a car. It's a relatively large piece. Let's not look through the close-in glasses and we'll never find it. Well, that makes no sense. All right, let me look underneath the chair. Oh, what spot where the freaking barrel was in. There it is. Hidden in plain sight. It's the first piece I've dropped on the ground for this model. All right. Okay, and this one. A lot of these pieces do not have a little ridge for them to sit on in a certain spot. So you can make sure they're located in the correct place before you go and commit. height advantage over this thing. Yeah. Okay. It's the first thing when you switch over from white metal to do plastic again. It's like you got to be really careful with this stuff. You got to be pick them up ever so lightly. So sure that fits on there just like that. According to this, it goes right up next to this other piece. If you do that, it won't work because this will be in the way. Let's see. Yeah, that won't work. That the gear shift, which they actually already had you put in, is in the way. All right. Here's those three things like that. Let's see. Now, one thing I think that is the case, I believe these Lend-Lease vehicles were not painted. Were not repainted in Russian green. So this would end up being like a U.S. olive drab color, not a Russian green color. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to, I think I should put the sides to this up. Build it up that way, and then you'll know where it goes. And if I have to remove that gear shift, I have to remove the gear shift. Okay, 34 is the one on this side. And 31 is also the one on this side. According to these instructions, whether or not that's correct is a different matter. So we'll take this up. I mean, this thing is probably from like 1977 or something like that. And a lot of the detail this thing has is actually pretty darn decent and up to modern standards. It's just over-engineered. The bad thing is if somebody like pushes down on this, it's like over. It's like, you got to make this a wreck then. You got to make this a wreck. All right, so now that big release point on there. Okay, this thing, we have a little X, a little thing. Okay, so this is going to go right here. No doubt about that. That goes right here. No doubt about it. So I'm going to go ahead and install that piece. What period am I most looking forward to? Yes. I'm curious to see if I agree with the way they handle a lot of stuff. And if I don't, then I'm probably going to change it. The only gripe that I have encountered with the rules so far, and really what is different about them compared to the rule set I was coming up with, was that they handle the hit chance and result in infantry fire as one die roll. So in other words, if you have a Mauser and you're trying to shoot at some Soviet infantrymen, right? You roll a percentile. If you roll something like a 97 or 98, 99, 100, something's going to happen that's bad to you as the shooter, like a jam or something like that. If you roll really low, it's going to have a really good effect, possibly even kill the guy, or have some kind of a morale that he's got to check against. And the lower the number is, the more nasty a morale is going to be, or a wound. As opposed to, here's your chance of hitting the guy. Okay, you hit him. All right, it will do this, which is a more logical way to look at it from my standpoint. Of course, it involves other die rolls, but it's easy to isolate the hit chance from the effect. The tank fire is not done that way, but the infantry fire is done that way. And it's just to save, extra die rolls. So it worked pretty well. It's not how I was going about it, but that's really the only issue that I have encountered with them. Now, I have read the vehicle rules. I have never done a vehicle versus a vehicle combat. I have never done a vehicle moving around in the game combat. I've looked at the concept of it. I've looked at the rules. It looks pretty interesting, like it's got a lot of timing is everything type of situation. But I'll be honest with you, I've never played the vehicles before. And the reason I never played the vehicles before is the rules came out in about 2002. By the time I got them, it was 2003. I got involved in DBA in 2004, and that's it. So the rules have only been out for a couple of years since I've been free to do them. And the problem that I had is my local player at the time was somebody who was in the military, and they were very nomadic. So I never got a chance to, play a game and leave it set up or really do a deep dive into it. Now, the player at the time that I had was as good as Mitch is as far as attitude. So he's not one of those guys that's, he's interested in winning every single freaking time he plays. It's not about that. So he was the right person to have with it. The problem is he just wasn't around. Now, let's see, now that we have a definite location where this has got to be, that gear shifter's in the wrong place. I don't care if they told me to put it that way. It can't be where they want it to be. So let's just push it down. And we may have to remove it altogether. Because it just doesn't, I'm removing it altogether. It just does not work where it's located. All right, I'll leave it connected and they can just push the damn thing down. because this definitely goes. I mean, it can't be there at all. What were they thinking? All right, maybe I'll rotate it 180 degrees and see if that works. I still want it to stay connected. I'll leave it connected. We'll mess with it later. Okay, this definitely has to go here. It just doesn't make any sense. The hood should be even with the bottom part of the door. Well, here's the hood. Here's the bottom part of the door. That's where it's got to go. That's where it's got to go. It's got to go there. That's where it goes. It goes just like this. Okay? Let's remove this. We'll add that later. This has got to go like this. That goes like so. All right, I'm going to put the other door where it goes because there's no way around where it goes. And on top of that, we have this little thing. The meat and potato of the rules are, when does the action come for the next player and who is it next? So it's none of this, well, I'm going to leave, call me in half an hour when my turn's back up, because your turn could be next. You could go 4 times in a row. You know, your side could go 4 times in a row. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. This is where this goes. It definitely goes right there. All right, now, if this doesn't fit in here because it's too big, can always cut it down some. Let's put it in here, not glued in. We're gonna have to glue this in, and then reduce that piece and set it in from chit draw. Yep, that's exactly how it is. And again, it's not set up so you can use a platoon on each side. That's not the kind of game it is. There's other games that do that kind of a thing. So I'm building all these vehicles just to build them. They're not going to be on the screen. Or they're not on the screen. They're not going to be on the battlefield at once. Now, I'm just going to remove this completely. That is just a fatal flaw of that kit. There's a tiny little hole here. I'm going to reduce this in size. I'm going to cut a smidge off this side and a smidge off this one. Is it random as which solder activates? Just like the side who drew the chip picks. It's random. And that may not, and some people may not like that, but I like that. So you can't control any of that stuff. What you can control is that leaders, assistant squad leaders, and so forth, have an additional chit. Generally, squad leaders have about 2, assistant leaders have 1 additional chit, which they can use to activate anyone under their command within a certain radius, and the radius is small, like 4 inches or something like that, within line of sight when that chit comes up. So what you can do is you put a leader in charge of a support weapon, like a MG34 on a tripod. That's a perfect example, okay? And when their leadership chit, they can activate someone other than them that is under their command within line of sight and nearby. So you put them in command of a tripod-mounted MG34 or something like that, so that if the loader messes up and gets a jam on a reload, you wouldn't be able to clear it until a loader's card comes up again. If that leader's leadership thing comes up in the meantime, you can activate them on that one. So it gives you flexibility. Or maybe, it's something that you want to, everything's in good order, but you want to fire again. You're not going to be able to fire again until the gunner comes up, whoever the gunner of the MG34 is, or the leadership of the leader that's in there. You can get the loader to activate it. There's no way that the gear shifter can fit in there with that in that location. So flawed design, typical. You never know what's going to activate, right? The nice thing is there's no opportunity fire. So you don't have to I'm going to move here across. Oh, hold on. Before you do that, move back. And that really draws a game out more than anything else. Because even though the game with individual chit moves is moving slowly, you're always moving forward. You're never taking steps back to whoa, that didn't happen. I want this to happen instead. No, you don't have that problem. So it's almost kind of like there's a spotlight. Okay, you're on everybody's on everybody is on the stage, but there's one spotlight, and the spotlight is on one thing at a time. And it's like, okay, it's now so and so, and that's why I put the names of my guys. You don't have to flip over see who he is. You can just look at it. Plus, I like how it looks. Except for the tank crewman. I'm not going to put him on the tank crewman because I got to make 4 new crew members for every single tank crewman. But yeah, it's a different narrative. Is it made for moving a platoon on each side? Absolutely not. But when you lose a couple guys, it means something. It's not like it's just something. It's just somebody else. I think. It's fitting pretty good. That's what we needed to do. Yeah, I like the chit draw too, but what I do is it's actually made. You're supposed to make cards. Well, I've told you I hate shuffling things, and things are going to get destroyed. So what I do is I put a poker chip with a guy's name on it, and then you pull one guy out. And you'll know if it's the leader because it's a different color poker chip. If it's the leader's activation, so. Yeah. Now, the vehicles have movement impulse chits in there too. So the vehicles may move depending on the speed anywhere between, an inch to 7 or 8 inches. And there's 10 implements. So, you could have a vehicle that could zip across the screen, slip across the board. Of course, you're going to crash into something and it'd be a problem. So, most of the vehicles are going to move like an idling type speed. But just think of it: if a vehicle is moving 1 inch per turn, there's 10, I think there's 10. I think it's 10, not 5. I think there's 10 vehicle movement impulses. You're still moving 10 inches across the board. You can move less too. You can also stop on them and stuff and turn and that sort of thing. But you know, do the vehicles get to move and fire all onboard weapons at the same time or no? I believe the crew members fire the weapon when it's their turn. So like one of the things that I think that it handles really well, and like I said, I've never played the vehicle versus vehicles, but that's probably what I'm going to start doing is just do vehicles versus vehicle stuff. Like just see what happens. Put some tanks out there. As it really shows the difference between a 1-man, a 2-man, and a 3-man turret. With a 1-man turret, you have a commander, like a French tank, okay? He is the loader, he is the gunner, he is the commander. So if he has a command chit, he can't use it on himself. So the command chit on a French tank that is a 1-man turret, you'll never be able to fire a second time. You'll never be able to reload a second time within a bound. If you have a 2-man turret and he's the gunner and his command thing comes up, like let's say, his chit comes up, it's time for him to fire. So he rolls to fire. Okay, he either hits or doesn't get a hit. Now the chamber's empty. Okay, so the loader needs to come next before the shooting phase comes, or he can't fire another round, right? But if his command chit comes up, he can get the loader to load another round in. If the loader's thing comes up, he can get to move another round in. So it's another opportunity to possibly get the timing of the thing, and it just simulates him screaming at him, "Put another freaking round in there," you know. Yeah, so I'm probably going to put a couple vehicles out there and just see how that plays out, because I think that there's some vehicle only scenarios that have a limited amount of vehicles, and it involves like one has a vehicle is trying to get off the board kind of thing. So yeah, I think it would be a really interesting experience, and similar to that movie, that T-34 movie, which is a terrible plot line, but the special effects are incredible because it reminds me of the skirmish stuff that I like to do. So, and it's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's my cup of tea. So, it doesn't need to work for everybody else. And I don't know, this piece actually may be too big to be in there, or maybe it just fits in or maybe I just figured out how it fits. I hear a snap. I think this is how it goes. It's actually a really nice model, other than those fitting issues. It's got nice detail. May need to adjust this though. So when I was coming up with a set of rules, it checked a lot of the boxes of stuff I was already doing. Almost kind of like, are you guys listening to what we're coming up with? But because I've always been a slow painter, so I don't want to put tons and tons and tons of stuff out there that I'm going to have to paint. And there's nothing worse than taking a long time to paint something and then having a game where, okay, odd or even, it dies. Like, wait a second, I spent like 4 hours painting this guy. What do you mean it's just like a flip of a coin and he's either on the board or not? Like, so I want a little bit more detail to my games, just from the standpoint that I want my stuff on the board a little bit longer. So like Chain of Command is close to what I like, but Chain of Command is like, you just randomly pick who dies unless it's a special figure. And I'm like, no, wait a second. Maybe you don't get to pick who dies. I mean, that's just Fog of War, See, it's vehicles like this that I would like to see more models build in 35th. I get bored seeing the same old subjects. This is a cool vehicle. There's nothing not cool about that, It doesn't have to be, And in a skirmish setting also, in a game, any vehicle that's open-topped is perfect because it can catch grenades. You know, so it balances things out. Like, okay, it's got a 75 millimeter gun, but it's open top and has no machine gun. You know, talking about something like a Martyr. Now, some Martyrs do have machine guns, but you know, that's just it's a good balance. Okay, this one goes on the bottom one. Okay, and the top one is, so that's kind of the meat and potatoes of what the game plays like and why I like it. And it might not be everybody's cup of tea, but it's mine, you know. And before I introduce it to anybody else, I ran one game at a show in 2004. I made the mistake of running a game at a show. And the problem with running a game at a show is you have to spend, it's a fixed amount of time you can play the game. And part of that fixed amount of time is being consumed by explaining the rules to everybody who may or may not ever play the game again. And I think the way to go about it in the future is if I want somebody to play the game is I'm playing one side. Because this whole, hold on, let me talk to you, everybody leave the room kind of crap, that just, you know, it takes up too much time. It takes up too much time and it's silly. When you get back into miniatures, you know, I'm doing this because it's fun to do it. I hate to sound negative, but I'm perfectly fine never playing a game of this and just building these things like I'm going to play a game. And if I get around to it, I get around to it. And if I don't, I don't. You know, it's not the end of the world. I'm not going to sweat all those details. Okay, this one has a spot here at the top. And one here. Biggest problems, people aren't careful. Most people are decent, Jared. Now, the last show I went to, I saw a horrendous event that the next time I see it, I'm going to make an ass of myself. And I'm going to light the person up verbally. I just don't give a shit. They're not even my miniatures. And this guy literally took 28 millimeter miniatures and like, he had like we were playing Lion Rampant, and he had like 12 figures, 28 millimeter. And he just picked them up like this and just, you know, they needed to move a foot. He just picked them all up, they crunched together and just dropped them a foot away. And then, and I'm like, I'm laying into somebody like that. Because it's not somebody I ever want to play a game with them. And they deserve to be vilified. That's unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. It's like if you encounter somebody who stinks, tell them, you fucking stink, dude. Go take a shower, man, and put on some deodorant. I actually don't encounter people that smell very, very badly. Very badly. I don't encounter people that smell bad. Nobody in our group smells bad. I know, are they really gamers? Okay, this one looks like it overextends this, so this center point is right there. Okay. I don't think this is going to be able to fit how they show it on here. But then again, what do I know? So hobby you should enjoy. You're enjoying the hell out of World War II stuff. You're right. If you never played a game, it's not the end of the world. Exactly. Yeah. I'm not going to play on Monday nights if it's 90 fucking degrees there, because I'm not going to enjoy it. And that's why I haven't. You know, if I have to spend, 110 degree days at work and then go and, well, we got a game in 90 something degree weather in the place. I'd rather just never game again. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. So, we'll go and game at a convention or something, you know? Okay, so that's these two little things here. You know, it has its problems, but all in all, it is a very nice model. It actually is. It's a very nice model. Okay, well, I'm going to call it a night because it's almost 11 o'clock. And if you didn't catch it, in a couple days, on Friday, I should be about, well, the girls will be gone. Not that they really keep me from doing anything, but we'll be doing model building and stuff, painting and stuff throughout the weekend. And you know, you can't have any big plans when you do this stuff because sometimes this just takes a while to get through some of it. And the funny thing is I followed this to a T, and the tire isn't exactly center of that. You know, it's not. Is it in the drawing? Yeah, it is. Well, I'm not going to fret about it. I mean, I don't know what else I could do other than build it exactly the same way. I mean, it even fits right there in the spot it's supposed to be. It doesn't bother me any. So, it don't bother me none. So, anyhow, how many things from Noble Knight do you still have left? Most of them. Yeah, I got nothing bad to say about Noble Knight either. Well, you don't either. We've both had really good experiences. So, yeah, I like this. I like this little guy. I like this little guy. And I agree. There's, I got some Russian trucks coming up that'll paint up. It's fun to paint up these things that you don't normally see. You know, bad shocks, yeah. Yeah, something's up with it. It doesn't bother me that much. You know, I can probably bend this in a place where it'll look like this. And, you know, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal. But all in all, it is a nice model. It's got some nice details. It's just a little lacking in the QC department. So, okay, folks, thanks for stopping by. And like I said, we'll see you in a couple days. And we can appreciate all you guys hanging out with me for a while. And we'll do it again soon. Have a good night, folks. Bye-bye.